Inilah kami. Berawal dari konstitusi, dari MK, siap melayani Indonesia.
Bamora, tanah airku yang tercinta, tempat beta dibesarkan ibunda. Meski beta lama jauh di rantau orang, beta ingat mama janji pulangnya. Biarpun Tanjung Teluknya jauh tapi nusaku, tapi selalu terkenang di kalbuku. Anak timur main sasando dan menyanyi boleh leboh, rasa girang dan badendang pulangnya. Meski beta lama jauh di rantau orang, beta ingat mama janji pulangnya. Biarpun Tanjung Teluknya jauh tapi nusaku, tapi selalu terkenang di kalbuku. Anak timur main sasando dan menyanyi boleh leboh, rasa girang dan badendang pulangnya. Bamora, tanah airku yang tercinta, tempat beta dibesarkan ibunda. Meski beta lama jauh di rantau orang, beta ingat mama janji pulangnya. Biarpun Tanjung Teluknya jauh tapi nusaku, tapi selalu terkenang di kalbuku. Anak timur main sasando dan menyanyi boleh lebur, rasa girang dan badendang pulange. Meski beta lama jauh di rantau orang, beta ingat bama janji pulange. Biarpun Tanjung Teluknya jauh tapi nusaku, tapi selalu terkenal di kalbuku. Anak timur main sasando dan menyanyi boleh lebo, rasa girang dan badendang pulange.
The national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Please be seated. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful. President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Joko Widodo, Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mahfud MD, Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Anwar Usman, Governor of West Java Province, represented by Deputy Governor, His Excellency UU Rusanul Ulum, Excellencies Chiefs Justice and Presidents of the Constitutional and Supreme Courts and Councils of the OIC Member States, Observer States, Honorable Justices, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. A very, very good afternoon all the way from Indonesia, and a warm welcome to the beautiful and historical city of Bandung, West Java, for the opening ceremony of the second conference of the Judicial Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts Councils of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Member States and Observer States, J-OIC. This year's deliberation will see our focus shifted toward the theme Human Rights and Constitutionalism, the contribution of the judiciary in Muslim countries. We extend the warmest welcome to our delegates of constitutional and Supreme Courts and councils from 33 participating countries of the OIC member states, as well as our utmost appreciation for the participation of observer states of the J-OIC, the Constitutional Court of Russian Federation, and the Constitutional Court of the Kingdom of Thailand, including a non-member state of the J-OIC, the Constitutional Court of Korea. Excellencies, Justices, ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the opening ceremony this afternoon by honoring and inviting the welcoming remarks from the Governor of West Java Province, which will be delivered by the Deputy Governor of West Java Province. Please welcome His Excellency UU Rusanul Ulum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be with you, and may God give you His mercy and His blessings. Good afternoon and greetings.
Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil anam, khatimin nabiyina wa ala alihi dawil jidi wal kiram, amma ba'du. Yang saya hormati
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Insinyur Haji Joko Widodo, who attend this meeting virtually. Your Excellency, the Coordinating Minister for Politics, Law and Security, Mr. Mahfud MD. Your Excellency, the Chief of Indonesian Constitutional Court, Bapak Dr. Anwar Usman, SHMH, and all of the Deputy Chair and all of the Constitutional Justices. Your Excellency, the Chair of Pakistan Constitutional Court, Mr. Ahmad Gulsar, and all of the delegation. Your Excellency, the President of Turkish Constitutional Court, Dr. Suhtu Arslan, and delegates. Your Excellencies, Chair of Constitutional Courts, Constitutional Council of the members of OIC and Observer States who attend this meeting virtually. We would like to extend our highest appreciation to the chair of the Indonesian Constitutional Court that have entrusted Bandung to be the host of this second conference of J-OIC. We also would like to thank all of the participating constitutional and Supreme Courts of Councils. As you might have known, this conference was based on the Istanbul Declaration dated 14th and 15th of December 2018 in Turkey. The declaration gave the mandate to the Constitutional Court of Indonesia to organize J-OIC in Indonesia. And the Indonesian Constitutional Court chose Bandung to become the host city of this conference. This conference is participated by 33 member states of the OIC. Aside from the OIC member states, this international level conference is also participated by our other domestic institutions, and we have Turkish and Pakistani delegations attend this meeting in person. We hope that this conference can promote, strengthen, and advance constitution and constitutionalisms in our respective country, as well as strengthening democracy, upholding and strengthening human rights and rule of law. This conference is an important forum to improve the quality of Supreme Court rulings. We believe that all of the delegations can exchange views and knowledge with their counterparts. This conference is also a good opportunity for Indonesia to reaffirm its position as a democratic and rule of law country with Pancasila as our basic ideology. I hope that this conference can increase the role of the Constitutional Court in upholding the protection and protecting human rights, as well as strengthening the cooperation among the judicial and judicial institutions of the OIC member states. This is all by means of the opening speech. I wish you a fruitful conference and successful conference. Thank you for your attention.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Indeed, Your Excellency UU Ruzhanul Ulum. Excellencies, honorable judges, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Bandung has always been one of our jewel cities. Its vast historical landscapes, hospitable people, and vibrant culture have attracted visitors from around the globe. In the old days, many regard the romanticism of this city as another Paris of Java. Hence, the name in Dutch, Parijs van Java. And now, hosting the second conference this year, it is our immense pleasure to bring you the glimpse of the stunning city of Bandung.
Indonesia. With various tribes. Different religions. Populous Muslim country blends with diverse indigenous culture. Live peacefully side by side with other religions. With philosophies Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, unity in diversity. united by one ideology, Pancasila. A place where traditional culture meets the modern creativity. Historical city where the first Asian African Conference held. Bandung, West Java, was chosen as the venue for the second J-OIC Conference. Will become the place of Bandung Declaration to promote human rights and constitutionalism in Muslim countries.
Let's give a big round of applause for the beautiful city of Bandung. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our distinct honor to invite a remark from the Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome His Excellency Anwar Usman.
Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Qala Allah Ta'ala fil Qur'anil Hakim, wa idza hakamtum bainan nas an tahkumu bil adli. Yang kami muliakan,
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Insinyur Haji Joko Widodo, Your Excellency, Professor Dr. Mahfud MD, as the Coordinating Minister for Politics, Law and Security, Distinguished Deputy Governor of West Java Province, our host today, Mr. Uu Ulum, Distinguished Excellencies, Head of Delegations, Constitutional Justices from our friendly states, Distinguished Deputy Chair of Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia and all of the constitutional justices of Indonesian constitutional courts, all of the participants of this conference who attend this meeting in person and also online. Let us always extend our gratitude to God the Almighty because only for His blessings and grace we can attend, participate, and convene the second conference of the Judicial Conference of the Constitutional and Supreme Courts and Councils of the OIC member states and observer states in healthy condition. Our highest appreciation and gratitude to our friendly countries that have joined us in this conference. With all the good cooperation and coordination, the conference today can be convened. We also would like to extend the appreciation to the Chief of Justice of Turkey and Pakistan who have attended this meeting in person. Mr. President and participants of the conference, the idea to establish a judicial forum for the judiciary institutions of the OIC member states was initiated in 2005 by the first chair of the Indonesian Constitutional Court, Professor Dr. Jimli Asidik, when he attended the Turkish court anniversary celebration. The idea was tabled to some other countries, but due to several factors, the idea was not realized until 2018. In 2018, the idea was discussed again, and more tangible measures were taken to realize that idea. As the constitutional and supreme courts and councils of the OIC that was established in the 12th day of Rajab month, or 25th of September 1969, it is natural for us to become the pioneer and to set an example on how to build good governance and judiciary system among the international community. The efforts, the endeavors to set exemplary constitutional and judiciary system is our duty and responsibility as Muslim majority country, so that we can have a good governance that may and can protect all of the constitutional rights of our citizens. As we might have known, one of the contents of the Constitution is protection of human rights. The duty of the judicial institutions and constitutional courts is to ensure that the human rights can really be delivered by the state institutions. The conception of constitutionalism and human rights is a general concept which is applicable in all countries with rule of law. However, if that conception is being linked to the contribution of the judicial institutions of the OIC member states, then it is very important to demonstrate that countries with Muslim majority population also place high importance in enforcement of law and also protection of human rights in their respective countries and also at the international level. Therefore, in the second conference of J-OIC, the theme that we have chosen is on the contribution of the OIC judicial institutions in the context of constitutionalism and human rights. Another important thing that we can also discuss in this forum is to actually correct the general mistakes that Muslims believe is not in line with democracy and human rights. With all of the misconception on the practices that we have in Muslim countries, we hope that this forum can provide a more comprehensive understanding about the concept and practices of constitutionalism, human rights, and its implementation by judicial institutions in OIC member states. Therefore, I would like to extend my highest appreciation and gratitude to the participation of all of the delegations here, both in person and also online in this meeting. Your Excellency, Mr. President, and distinguished participants of this conference. In this good opportunity, please allow me to share with you some of the practices in Indonesia and our experience in Indonesia in line with our theme today. The Indonesian Constitution was established in the 18th of August 1945, just one day after the declaration of independence of Indonesia on the 17th of August 1945. The Indonesian Constitution, since its establishment, have already stipulated that Indonesia is a rule of law country, a democratic country, and protects the human rights. Even so, the Indonesian Constitution was not established in vacuum. The Indonesian Constitution, in principle, is the explanation or is the translation or transposition of Pancasila. The word Pancasila comes from the Sanskrit, a South Asia ancient language, which means 5 principles or 5 national ideology. The first principle of Pancasila is the belief in God. So this principle means that all of the Indonesian citizens are given the freedom to choose their own religion and belief, which means that we provide guarantee for every citizen to have religion, or also known as freedom of religion concept in the concept of human rights. Even though most of Indonesian citizens are majority Muslims, but ever since early age, the Muslims in Indonesia have been taught about tolerance, that we should not force their religion to people of other religions. This is actually in line with God's words in the Holy Quran, Al-Baqarah verse.
Tidak ada paksaan dalam agama.
The second principle in Pancasila is actually on humanity. It is actually just and civilized humanity. So in this second principle, we have the principle of humanity, justice, and civilization. Even though the meaning of these 3 values can be translated partially, but each of these values are interdependent in nature, have strong interdependency. For instance, the value of humanity cannot be materialized without justice, and also civilization. Civilization cannot be created if humanity and justice are not there. Next, the third principle of Pancasila is the unity of Indonesia. This third principle cannot be distincted from the situation, our geographical condition, and also the heterogeneous population of Indonesia. Geographically, Indonesia is an archipelagic country with more than 17,000 islands with more or less 270 million population and more or less 1,340 ethnicities and 700 active local dialects. So we can see that Indonesia is very rich in culture, and we are also a melting pot, acculturation of different ethnicities and race. With all of this diversity, the Indonesian people can live together in harmony and peace. So this third principle is the symbol of the unity of the state of Indonesia, which is very heterogeneous. The fourth principle of Pancasila is democracy guided by the inner wisdom in the unanimity arising out of deliberations among representatives. So this principle is in line with the system of democracy which we practice in Indonesia. In general, democracy is always being linked with the popular vote in elections, which means that the winner of elections can freely make all of the decisions as long as they are in power. But the implementation of democracy in Indonesia, if we refer to this principle, is different from that. Different policies should be deliberated in a wise manner. Only in special circumstances, the decision can be made based on popular or majority vote. The fifth and the last principle of Pancasila is social justice for all people of Indonesia. This last principle meant that the state has the duty, the responsibility to create social justice, to bring about social justice to all of its citizens without any discrimination. Social justice here can be translated as building a just and prosperous community, physically and non-physically, mentally in this case. Your Excellency, Mr. President, and participants of the conference, if we see Pancasila from the Islamic lens, the values in each principle of Pancasila are in line with the values of Islamic teaching. The first principle is about the belief in the Almighty God, the one and only God, which is in line with the teaching of Tawhid, just like in Al-Ikhlas verse of the Holy Quran.
Sila kedua berbunyi.
Second principle, just and civilized humanity, is in line with the word of God in An-Nisa verse, An-Nisa 135.
Kunu qawwamina bil qisti, yang artinya
all people of faith, please be the law enforcers. The third principle, the unity of Indonesia, is in line with the words of God in Al-Hujurat verse 113.
Inna khalaqnakum min zakarin wa unsa wa ja'alnakum syu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu. Artinya,
O human, we make you of different nations and different ethnicities so that you can know each other. Fourth principle, democracy guided by the inner wisdom in the unanimity arising out of the deliberations among representatives is in line with the words of God in Ashura verse 48.
Bainahum, yang artinya sedang
While their business is being decided in deliberation among them. Fifth principle, social justice for the entire for all people of Indonesia is in line with the words of God in An-Nahar verse 90.
bil adli wal ihsan, yang artinya
Which means actually God, Allah, asks you to be justice and do good deeds. Aside from the verses that we quoted above, there are many other verses in the Holy Quran that are relevant with Pancasila. Therefore, we can draw a conclusion that the values of Islam and constitutions can actually go hand in hand, can be reconciled, and we can also claim that the values in Indonesian constitution is actually inspired by the values of Islamic teachings. I am believe and certain that all countries, especially countries in this forum, also have your state ideologies that are similar with my description before. Therefore, in the second conference of J-OIC today, the delegations can share their experience with other countries to expand our knowledge and to learn from each other. So the Islamic values, the Islam for the good of the universe, can really be implemented for a peace, just, and prosperous global community. Before I end this remark, from the deepest of my heart, I would like to extend my highest appreciation to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Haji Insinyur Joko Widodo, for attending this meeting virtually and for his support in various international events hosted by the Indonesian Constitutional Court. God's willing, in 2022, next year, as mandated to the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia, we will convene or we will host the 5th World Conference on Constitutional Justice in Indonesia. If the COVID-19 pandemic is under control, then this event will be held in Bali and will be attended by no less than 117 member states. Hopefully, the COVID-19 pandemic can be over soon so that we can enjoy the beauty of the Bali Island. But if the COVID-19 pandemic is not and yet in 2022, we have prepared an alternative. Therefore, we would like to continue to ask for continuous support of Mr. President so that the event can run well and smoothly and successfully. So this is the end of my opening remarks. From the deepest of my heart, I would like to thank all of you for your attention, and I would like to ask for your forgiveness if I made any mistake in my speech. Thank you and greetings.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency Anwar Usman. Ladies and gentlemen, and now with tremendous honor, we are inviting a special remarks from the President of the Republic of Indonesia, who will also officially mark the opening of the second conference of the Judicial Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts Councils of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Member States, Observer States. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency President Joko Widodo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita.
Greetings and good tidings to us all. Honorable Chief Justice of the Indonesian Constitutional Court, Deputy Chief Justice, and all Associate Justices. Honorable Chief Justices, Presidents of Constitutional Courts and equivalent institutions from friendly countries, ladies and gentlemen. As a country with the most populous Muslim population, Indonesia can be a good example in terms of the implementation of the principles of democracy and the protection of human rights, as well as constitutionalism that can go hand in hand with the values of Islam. Many have asked the question, how were we able to maintain and preserve those values together without negating one another? The answer is because we have the foundation, our national ideology called Pancasila. Amidst the diversity of ethnicity, languages, and religion and cultures, Pancasila is what unites the people. It is the key why the Indonesian society was able to live in harmony, in a bond of unity and solidarity that is very, very strong. We, the Indonesian people, we are very glad and happy that we are given the blessings from God Almighty. We have many ethnicities, more than 1,100 local languages, and 17,000 islands. Amidst that diversity, we also have the slogan Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, meaning although different but one. Ladies and gentlemen, referring to the national consensus, holding to it steadfast, Indonesia is not a religious state, not based on any single religion. The founders of our nation realized that the Indonesian foundation adhered to many different religions, and all of them are part of one whole, complete entity, which is the Indonesian nation. On the other hand, Indonesia is also not a secular state that disregards religion. This is in line with the principle of Pancasila. Indonesia is based on the belief in God. As a country that believes in God, the state not only has the obligation to respect and protect the freedom of every person to adhere and adopt to their religions and to worship according to their respective religions, but the state also has the active role to establish regulations and public services and guidance to all religious communities in the country. The state is also involved in organizing the Hajj pilgrimage and providing religious and religious education. This is also part of the material or substantive source of legislation. which is our national law. In terms of judiciary powers, we also have religious courts, especially to deal with family law, to resolve disputes between Muslims, and Sharia economic disputes. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that the conference between constitutional justices and Supreme Court justices can be a momentum to bridge a dialogue, to talk about and address so many global issues that many people are paying attention to, such as issues of climate change, of democracy, of human rights, of radicalism, of terrorism, including humanitarian crises as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. In resolving global issues, I would like to invite OIC member states and observer states to maintain the solidarity between Muslims and also to strengthen the solidarity between humans to increase the cooperation between peoples without regard to the background of religion or race, so that Islam can be considered as a religion that brings blessings to all of the universe. These are the messages that I would like to convey. I'm basing in the name of God, the Second Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts and Councils of OIC member states and observer states, I declare to be open today. Thank you. Greetings and may peace be upon you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the special remarks from the President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Joko Widodo, our conference today is officially open. Please give another round of applause. We are wishing you a fruitful and wonderful deliberation indeed. Thank you very much. Excellencies, Honorable Justices, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony this afternoon has officially come to completion, and we will resume momentarily with a special session of report from the Working Committee to the plenary on the concept of Bandung Declaration after the short break. So do please stay with us.
apa yang sudah kamu mulai untuk membuat sebuah perubahan. Apa saja aksimu untuk bangsa ini? Karena sejatinya, kita harus membangun negeri dengan bekerja keras. Kami kawal langkah masa depan. Inilah kami. Berawal dari konstitusi, dari MK siap melayani Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed justices, as well as excellencies, thank you very much for staying with us. Welcome back to the second conference of the Judicial Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts and Councils of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Member States, Observer States. Ladies and gentlemen, the deliberation on the points of Bandung Declarations has taken place yesterday, and we will now continue with the special session of report of the Working Committee to the plenary on the concept of Bandung Declarations. It is now my honor to hand over the reporting session to the chairman from Indonesia, His Excellency Anwar Usman.
Peace be upon you, as well as God's mercy and blessings. Good tidings to us all. Honorable members of the Working Committee, the President of the Constitutional Court of Turkey, and the Chair of the delegation from the Supreme Court of Pakistan, who are present here offline in Bandung, Indonesia. Your Excellency, the President of the Constitutional Council of Algeria, who is connected with us online, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations and constitutional justice from OIC member states, members of the audience. In this opportunity to represent the Working Committee, allow me to report on the outcome and results of our communication and work since the mandate that was given to us in 2018. Participants of the conference, it began with the Istanbul Declaration in 2018, precisely in the holding of the first conference for constitutional courts, Supreme Courts, and constitutional councils of OIC member states and observer states. A mandate has been given to Indonesia, Algeria, Pakistan, Turkey, and Gambia to deliberate on the opportunities for cooperation between the constitutional courts of OIC member states and observer states. In that declaration, there was a specific mandate for Indonesia to host the second conference, which was scheduled to be held in 2020. To fulfill that mandate, Indonesia has started the preparation during the International Symposium in Bali in 2019, where specifically the delegations from Indonesia, Pakistan, and Turkey sat together to talk about relevant issues with regards to the mandate given to the Working Committee. In that meeting, it was agreed that this forum has to put forward the spirit of collectiveness, togetherness, in protecting and promoting human rights. Dear participants of the conference, I also would like to express that, in essence, Indonesia had planned to organize the conference in September of 2020. However, due to the pandemic that swept the whole world, then on April 4th, 2020, with a heavy heart, Indonesia had to submit a letter containing a recommendation to the other members of the working committee to delay or postpone the conference to 2021. Thanks be to God that today we are able to realize our efforts to meet with one another and to get to know each other further through this conference, even though the majority are participating online because of the COVID-19 pandemic that still has not abated. I can report that on 15 September 2021, or yesterday afternoon, 5 p.m. Indonesia time, the working group had a meeting to talk about cooperation opportunities between constitutional courts, between OIC member and observer states, so that we may exchange thoughts, information, and experiences in terms of law enforcement, especially the enforcement of the constitutional rights of citizens. We, the Working Committee, have agreed to propose a few points that are to be written in the Bandung Declaration, which will contain the outcome of our conference. This declaration, hopefully, can be a document that affirms that we, enforcers of law and guardians of the Constitution in the OIC member states, continues to be committed to reject dissemination of xenophobia, Islamophobia, and practices of terrorism that can undermine life and the dignity of humanity and destroy peace between religious and belief communities. Therefore, we are recommending for the following to be agreed. The first, to establish an official platform of constitutional judiciaries from OIC member states as a medium for us to exchange experiences and information and addressing constitutional issues in our respective countries. Second, to officially launch that platform under the name of Conference of Constitutional Jurisdiction of OIC members and observer states, CCJ-OIC. The third, to organize an inauguration of CCJ-OIC in 2022 to be held in Istanbul, Turkey. The fourth, to continue the mandate given to Indonesia, Turkey, Algeria, Pakistan, and Gambia to prepare a report to be presented in that inaugural Congress, which contains, among others, the draft of the statute and the considerations relevant to the affiliation of that forum with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. In addition, we can express that the draft of the statute written by members of the Working Committee will be presented in that inaugural meeting of the CCJ-OIC for further deliberation. Members of the audience, these are the things that we have proposed to be agreed upon. And when this report is read, our secretariat team will be sending you, Excellencies, delegation of OIC member countries, an email of this Bandung Declaration draft. If there are any inputs and notes, please write them in the reply to the email so that we may address those issues in a session led by His Excellency, the President of the Turkish Constitutional Court, Mr. Zühtü Arslan. These are the things that I would like to present. Thank you for all of your attention and apologies for any mistakes and shortcomings. This is my report. May God's peace be upon you, as well as God's mercy and blessings.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Anwar Usman, for the report. Chairman from Indonesia, we kindly invite you to return to your seat alongside the rest of the delegates from Indonesia. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have officially arrived to the much-awaited Session 1 of the second conference of the Judicial Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts, Councils of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Member States and Observer States. We will feature a number of presentations from all participating countries. For the first session, we will hear from three distinctive speakers. First, from Turkey, President of the Constitutional Court of Turkey, His Excellency Professor Dr. Zühtü Arslan, and also from Member of Constitutional Council of the Republic of Kazakhstan, His Excellency Viktor Malinovsky, and Judge of the Court of Appeal of Malaysia, His Excellency Justice Dato Suraya Binti Othman. The session number 1 today, ladies and gentlemen, will be chaired by the President of the Constitutional Council of Algeria. Allow me to invite to you the President, His Excellency Kamel Fenice, for session 1.
بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله الكريم. نشرع.
In the name of God, most gracious and most merciful, praises to the Prophet Muhammad. With great delight, we would like to open the first session. Honorable Zühtü Arslan from Turkey, Viktor Malinovsky from Kazakhstan, and Suraya Othman from Malaysia. Without further ado, we would like to invite Professor Zühtü Arslan.
Dear colleagues, distinguished participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here and address such eminent participants. I'd like to thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Anwar Usman, the Chief Justice of the Indonesian Constitutional Court, for hosting and organizing this conference. I hope next time we will be able to meet in person with all the participants without having to wear masks. In my brief speech, I would like to say a few words about the contribution of the Turkish Constitutional Court to the protection and promotion of democracy. Let me begin with a very simple and general observation as to the main task of the Constitutional Courts. charged with the constitutionality review of the legislative and executive acts, constitutional courts exist first and foremost to protect the basic values, principles, and provisions enshrined in the constitutions. Democracy is the primary value to be protected by the constitutions. As we all know, today almost all constitutions contain provisions to promote democracy, alongside the principle of rule of law and human rights, albeit in different terminology. From the ancient times up until today, democracy has been defined as the rule of majority. Thucydides says that our constitution is called democracy because power is in the hands not of a minority but of the majority. However, in a plural society, understanding and practice of democracy cannot rely on the absolute rule of majority. It is true that democracy is inconceivable without elections which determine those who shall govern. On the other hand, democracy also requires the constitutional restraints to be imposed on ruling majority to protect individual rights and liberties. Modern democracy is not merely the rule of majority. Late Aliya İzzet Begovic, Muslim philosopher and the president of Bosnia-Herzegovina, who passed away years ago, emphasized this aspect of democracy even long before the establishment of Bosnia-Herzegovina. On 27 March 1990, he defined democracy not as the rule of majority, but as the rule of the law. Aliya justified his definition by declaring that majority rule without the mediation of law inevitably transforms itself into the tyranny of the majority. And the tyranny of the majority is as much a tyranny as any other. It wouldn't be therefore wrong to say that modern democracy has been oriented on the rule of law in order to protect and promote human rights. The term constitutional turned out to be the indispensable adjective of democracy, subjecting the rule of majority to the rule of law, with a view to protecting rights and liberties of individuals. In this regard, Article 2 of the Turkish Constitution describes the Republic of Turkey as a democratic state governed by the rule of law. Likewise, the preamble of the Turkish Constitution states that those who are empowered to exercise sovereignty in the name of the nation shall not deviate from the liberal democracy indicated in the Constitution. In short, like many other constitutions, the Constitution of Turkey embodies constitutional democracy with its basic concepts such as rule of law, human rights, separation of powers, and judicial or constitutional review. Distinguished participants, at this part of my speech, I must first state that the introduction of constitutional complaint system in Turkey in 2012 has significantly affected the way the Turkish Constitutional Court has interpreted and applied these concepts and conceptions of constitutional democracy. It wouldn't be exaggeration to say that constitutional complaint revolutionized the legal system in general and constitutional justice in particular. I would like to mention a few judgments to give you a slight idea about how the Constitutional Court of Turkey has contributed to the protection and promotion of constitutional democracy. The court has interpreted democracy as a concept which is interconnected with the rule of law and human rights. According to the Turkish Constitutional Court, the protection of fundamental rights and liberties is a must for democratic society. Therefore, the primary function of a democratic state is to protect and promote these rights and liberties. The obligation incumbent on democratic state is both negative and positive. In other words, the state should refrain from arbitrary intervention in enjoyment of the rights and liberties, and it must also take necessary measures for the effective use of these rights, including certain measures to protect individuals against the encroachments of others. The court's role in promoting democracy can be traced through its judgments concerning the right to stand for election and right to engage in political activities. For the court, these political rights are among the indispensable elements of pluralist and participatory democracy. In most cases, these political rights have been taken together with freedom of expression. The Turkish Constitutional Court has continuously emphasized that freedom of expression is the main instrument to maintain the pluralistic nature of democracy. For the court, social and political pluralism thrives on free and peaceful expression of every kind of opinions, with the exceptions of racism, hate speech, and incitement to terror. Therefore, democracy is impossible without due protection of freedom of expression. I must note that the court has been more vigilant and diligent in protecting the freedom of expression when it is exercised by the parliamentarians. Our court has pointed out that since the parliamentarians represent the thoughts, demands, and interests of electorates in political sphere, the Constitution provides more protection under the institution of legislative immunity. The Constitutional Court declared unconstitutional the provision of the standing orders of the Turkish Parliament, which had envisaged the imposition of the disciplinary sanctions on MPs when their speeches were deemed as contrary to the administrative structure of the Republic defined in the Constitution. The court made it clear that in a democratic society and in a democratic state, especially parliamentarians must have the freedom to defend all sorts of views in a peaceful manner, even if they are contrary to the opinions of majority. More recently, the court delivered two crucial judgments about the significant role of parliamentary immunity for the MPs in ensuring their right to stand for elections and engage in political activities. These two cases involved the detention and imprisonment of the MPs, despite the fact that they had parliamentary immunities. As a matter of fact, the judicial debate revolved around whether they had legislative immunity under Article 83 of the Turkish Constitution to prevent their detentions and trials. The inferior courts, the instance courts, first instance courts, and the Court of Cassation ruled that they couldn't benefit from the parliamentary immunity guaranteed by the Constitution. The MPs lodged constitutional complaints separately before the Turkish Constitutional Court on the basis that their rights to stand for election as well as freedoms of expression were violated. Having emphasized the importance of legislative immunity for the MPs to express their views without any fear and interruption, the Turkish Constitutional Court reached the conclusion that denials of parliamentary immunity by judicial authorities were contrary to the Constitution. In its most recent judgment, which was delivered on 1st July 2021, the TCC has pointed out that although the parliamentary immunity was not absolute, it was not unlimited, exceptions to this legislative immunity must be regulated by law in a clear and foreseeable language. The lack of such law and the inconsistent practice of courts may lead to arbitrary decisions which are not compatible with the parliamentary immunity. According to the court, the inferior courts failed to provide any convincing argument for the decision that constitutional exception to immunity was applicable to the activities of the applicant. The court also found a violation of the freedom of expression of the applicant, who was convicted of disseminating propaganda on behalf of a terrorist organization for having shared news on his social media account. The Turkish Constitutional Court examined the content and context of the news and reached the conclusion that the impugned expressions didn't incite terror or violence. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, let me conclude that the Constitutional Courts turned out to be an indispensable part and parcel of constitutional democracies, even though the legitimacy of constitutional review has long been questioned on the basis of some majoritarian arguments. This is also the case in Turkey, where, as I mentioned, the mechanism of constitutional complaint or individual application provided the necessary leverage to adopt a rights-based approach to the protection and promotion of three fundamental and foundational values of the state, namely rule of law, democracy, and human rights. I think I must stop here, and if there is any question, I will do my best to answer these questions. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس على هذه المداخلة.
Thank you very much, Mr. It's very clear, stating that
الدولة على كل حال مكلفة بضمان هذه الحقوق والحريات.
Honorable Mr. Chairman of the Indonesia Constitutional Court, Dr. Anwar Usman. Dear moderator, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On December 16, 1991, the constitutional law on the state independence of the Republic of Kazakhstan was adopted. The first article of the current constitution of 1995 sets out the beginning of the new state and social structures as follows. The Republic of Kazakhstan proclaims itself as a democratic, secular, legal, and social state whose highest values are a person, his life, rights, and freedoms. Much has been done in the past 30 years of independence to transfer this constitutional provision into everyday life. An example of this is the establishment, functioning, and the improvement of the institution of constitutional control, as well as the fundamental change in the purpose and organization of the judiciary. In my oral presentation, I will focus on the main positions which are detailed in the text presented to the organizing committee. If somebody wish, you can always clarify them. The Constitutional Control Institute was first established in 1991-92 the Constitutional Court was defined as the highest body of judicial protection of the Constitution. At this stage, the then Soviet courts were undergoing thorough reforms with a consistent transformation of the socialist justice system into a judicial branch. Real measures were carried out by constitutional acts, the Declaration of State Sovereignty of Kazakh Soviet Social Republic 1990, the Constitutional Law of State Independence 1991, the first Kazakhstan Constitution 1993. The strategy of concrete actions is embodied in the state program of legal reform of the Republic of Kazakhstan, approved by the President of Republic in February 1994. As we can see, at the most critical moment of the deep transformation of the social and state system, for the first time, a powerful institution of constitutional review, which had no experience of its own, was introduced into the judicial system at the highest level, which had just embarked on the path of deep reform. In the practice of that time, such administration of judicial constitutional review and justice did not add constructivism to the common cause of ensuring the supremacy and direct action of the Constitution. Nevertheless, the Constitutional Court worked from the summer of 1992 to the autumn of 1995, and its decisions had contributed significantly to the strengthening of constitutionalism. The Constitution of the Republic of Kazakhstan, adopted at the Republican referendum on August 30, 1995, changed the model of the institution of constitutional review. It was the Constitutional Council of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The function of constitutional review, as we can see, was separated from justice and assigned to a quasi-judicial body. This made it possible to develop both institutions substantively in accordance with their mission in the civil society and in a state with a presidential form of government. The stay of the Constitutional Council outside the classical trinity of power created the extremely clear formation of competence, determination of the circle of subjects of appeal, exclude its interference in the activities of other government agencies. Concentrate the resource of the constitutional review precisely on ensuring human and civil rights and freedoms while paying due attention to other areas of constitutionalism. Combine the benefits of a priori and posterity, abstract and concrete, proactive and mandatory types of constitutional review, as well as the general obligation of its final decision, with the possibility of determining the mechanism for their implementation. Today, the Constitutional Council has established itself in society as the instrument of firm and authoritative defender of the basic law provisions. In Kazakhstan, not being a supervising agency over other law enforcement agencies of the state, developing jointly with the expert community and publishing legal position, making recommendation for improving the legislative guarantees of the rights and freedoms of Kazakhstan's people, the Council occupies a clear niche in the state mechanism. The competence of the Constitutional Council is gradually being expanded with the development of the powers enshrined in the 1995 Constitution and the accumulation of relevant experience in the human rights activity of the entire state, the development of civil society and the state. Dear colleagues, in order to implement the fundamentally new provisions and norms of Section 7 of the Constitution, courts and justice, a large-scale judicial reforms is being carried out in the country. In connect with the limited time for speech, I will highlight only some of its most important substantive directions. More than 20 years ago, the function of ensuring the operation of the courts were removed from the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice and transferred to the newly formed authorized body under the Supreme Court. Ensuring the independence and the immunity of judges and high quality selection of personnel are carried out by the High Judicial Council, an autonomous state institution that in the coordinates of the presidential power and operates in accordance with the law. It works closely with the Supreme Court, which also excludes the influence of executive branch. The unity of the judicial system was established by abolishing arbitration courts with the transfer of their functions to ordinary courts. At the same time, specialized courts are gradually being established. Inter-district economic courts, 2002. Inter-district juvenile courts, 2012. Inter-district criminal courts, the jurisdiction of which includes criminal cases of especially grave crimes, including jury trials. The scope of their cases is expanded. In September 2004, specialized administrative courts were established. However, the real revolution in this era took place quite recently. On July 1st of this year, administrative procedure and process-related code was put into effect, adopted on June 29, 2020. Administrative procedure, together with criminal and civil procedure, is now becoming a full-fledged form of administration of justice and the protection of citizens' rights. Consideration of disputes related to investment activities is entrusted to the Court of the Capital Nur Sultan according to rules of the Court of First Instance, and investment disputes involving large investors to a specialist collegium of the Supreme Court. As we can see, the introduction of specialized courts provides additional protection to the growing number of constitutional rights and freedoms of citizens and their especially vulnerable groups. Along with the above measures, the following is carried out. Gradual expansion of the court's authorization of investigative action. Tightening of qualification requirements for the professional qualities of judges and mechanisms for selecting candidate for judicial position. At the same time, the social and the material conditions of the activity and the life of judges are being strengthened. Ensuring accessibility and openness of justice, simplifying judicial procedures. Large-scale projects are being carried out with international organizations to introduce the best practices of the work into the work of Kazakhstan courts. There is an international council of respect lawyers at the Supreme Court. A separate jurisdiction has been established in the Astana International Financial Center Court, providing for the participation of foreign judges and the application of procedural principles and rules of common law of England and Wales. The chairman of the Constitutional Council of Kazakhstan, ex-chairman of the Supreme Court, Kairat Mami, believes that as a result of implementation of state policy, the judiciary has today acquires all the necessary essential characteristics, mechanisms for the implementation of state power, which turns it into a stabilizing force of the country capable of effectively protecting the rights and freedoms of citizens, to protect society from social conflicts, ensuring the interests of the progressive and safe self-development of the state. And the last position of my presentation. The current legislation creates the precondition for a constructive combination of the activity of the Constitutional Council and courts. The Constitutional Council has several decisions of the right of citizens, the concept of judiciary, the judicial system, guarantees of courts, independence and responsibility, etc., etc. At the same time, the courts are called upon to play a primary role in ensuring the constitutionality of working law, human and civil rights. According to Article 78 of the Constitution, the courts are not entitled to apply laws and other regulatory legal acts that infringe the rights and freedoms of a person and citizen enshrined in the Constitution. If the court finds that the law or other regulatory legal act to be applied infringes upon the rights and freedoms of a person and citizen enshrined in the Constitution, it is obliged to suspend the proceeding and apply to the Constitutional Council with a view to declare this act unconstitutional. This instrument is of particular importance in the absence of citizens' right to appeal to Council. However, if earlier every third case in the Council was indicted by the courts, then in recent years, this number has sharply decreased. And now, with rare expression, has practically ceased. Thus, the level of protection of citizens has decreased, and of course, the guarantee of point 1 of Article 1 of the Constitution. A special law has been drafted by Constitutional Council to remedy this situation. It provides additional opportunity for the participants in the proceeding to request ordinary courts to introduce a referral to the Constitutional Council, and for the court a more attentive attitude to such requests and their maximum satisfaction. The draft law was approved by the Venice Commission. With its support, the Council held several special seminars with the participation of foreign experts. We hope that our initiative will receive a final positive decision. Let me express my sincere gratitude to all colleagues who took part in the preparation of this large-scale and very useful forum. I would like to thank the participants for their attention and wish them health and success.
شكرا أستاذ فيكتور على هذه المداخلة.
Thank you, His Excellency Viktor Malinowski, for your proposals and your thoughts. They were valuable. His Excellency talked about specialized courts in several fields, and we can express our gratitude to him for his presentations. And to be brief, I now would like to invite the next speaker.
Boleh cakap Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Right Honourable the Chief Justice of Malaysia, Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tun Mat, and the Malaysian Judiciary, I would like to join others in congratulating the Indonesian Presidency and the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia in organizing the second Judicial Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts Councils of the OIC Member States, Observer States. The Malaysian Judiciary welcomes the theme of this year's conference, that is Human Rights and Constitutionalism. The contribution of the judiciary in Muslim countries, complemented by two sub-themes. One, the role of the judiciary to promote humanity and democracy, and two, the protection of the social, economics, and cultural rights in a pluralistic society. Now, Malaysia is a country that practices democracy based on the federation system. In Malaysia, Parliament is not supreme. Article 4 of our federal constitution provides that the constitution is the supreme law of the Federation of Malaysia. The legislature, the executive, the judiciary execute their duties according to the principle of constitutional supremacy. The judiciary plays an important role to protect the supremacy of the Constitution. In this respect, the Right Honourable the Chief Justice of Malaysia, Tun Tengku Maimun binti Tuan Mat, had observed in the case of Maria Chin Abdullah versus Ketua Pengarah Immigration and another, that, I quote, integral to any written constitution claims itself to be supreme either expressly or by design, there must exist an instrument by which its provision may be protected and enforced. That instrument is, ladies and gentlemen, the judicial branch of government. In Malaysia, Article 3 of the Federal Constitution provides that Islam is the official religion, and other religion may be peacefully practiced in any territory of Malaysia. Muslims in Malaysia are subject to a dual legal system. However, the Islamic law does not apply to non-Muslim citizens. When deciding on legal matters involving Muslim citizens, the Sharia courts do not apply Islamic law in an unbounded fashion, but only to the extent permitted by the federal constitution and the existing laws. As observed by the federal court in the case of Iki Putra bin Mubarak versus Kerajaan Negeri Selangor and another, I quote, "For the avoidance of doubt, the state legislatures throughout Malaysia have the power to enact offences against the precepts of Islam. As decided by this court in Sulaiman Takrib and other related judgments, the definition of precepts of Islam is wide and is not merely limited to the 5 pillars of Islam. Thus, the range of offences that may be enacted are wide. Having said that, the power to enact such range of offences is subject to a constitutional limit." Now, the role of the judiciary to promote humanity and democracy. The Malaysian judiciary believes that in its endeavours to promote humanity and democracy effectively, the provisions of the Constitution should be viewed holistically in the context of the entire system of laws and with regard to the moral principle, doctrine, standards, and framework assumption that is implicit in the Constitution. Its fundamental purpose should be to safeguard not only the textual rights, but also the rights that are implicit in the Constitution scheme of things. In the case of Semenyih Jaya versus Pentadbir Tanah Daerah Hulu Langat and another, the federal court, our federal court of Malaysia, asserted that the federal constitution continues to vest a distinct and independent judicial power in the judiciary. In the judgment, it is observed that, I quote, "The judiciary is thus entrusted with keeping every organ and institution of the state within its legal boundary. Concomitantly, the concept of the independence of the judiciary is the foundation of the principle of separation of powers. This is essentially the basis upon which rests the edifice of judicial power." Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Malaysian judiciary believes that in promoting humanity and democracy, the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights should not be the sole benchmark. In the context of Malaysia, the promotion of humanity and democracy, especially those involving the role of religion, ethnics, and culture, must be considered mainly in accordance with the provisions of the Federal Constitution. Apart from that, the court may also consider the provisions of the Cairo Declaration of Human Rights in Islam in 1990, so long as it is not contrary to the Federal Constitution and the relevant laws of Malaysia. On the protection of the social, economic, cultural rights in a pluralistic society, the democratic role of the judiciary is further magnified in a pluralistic society such as Malaysia. At the moment, Malaysia is not yet a party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Although Malaysia has yet to ratify that international covenant, this does not mean that we do not respect the basic value of the social, economic and cultural rights of the citizens in Malaysia. In the context of protection of rights accorded under the Federal Constitution, it makes no distinction between the social, economic, or cultural rights, as all rights are broadly guaranteed under the umbrella of Part 2 of the Federal Constitution, collectively referred to as the fundamental liberties. On the protection of the social rights, in terms of the protection of the social rights, our Article 5 of the Federal Constitution guarantees the right to life and personal liberty. And the Malaysian courts has accorded Article 5 a broad construction in the context of preserving social rights. This is evident from the case of Tan Teck Seng versus Suruhanjaya Perkhidmatan Pendidikan and another, where the notion that the right to life or to life should be read broadly so as to include quality of life. The Court of Appeal held that, I quote, "Life appearing in Article 5.1 does not refer to mere existence. It incorporates all those facets that are an integral part of life itself, and those matters which go to form the quality of life. Of these are the right to seek and be engaged in lawful and gainful employment, and to receive those benefits that our society has to offer to its members. It includes the right to live in a reasonably healthy and pollution-free environment. On the protection of the economic rights. In terms of economic rights, the courts had given effect to Article 13 of the Federal Constitution, which guarantees the right to property. The law, through the Land Acquisition Act 1960, allows for compulsory acquisition of land by the state authority if the land is needed inter alia for public purposes, and the law requires the owner of the land to be compensated for the deprivation of his property. In J-OIC bin Chi versus Superintendent of Land Surveys Kuching Division, it was held by the Court of Appeal that in order not to infringe Article 13 of the Federal Constitution, compensation should be construed to mean a fair and adequate compensation. The Malaysian courts had also recognized the proprietary rights or interests of the Aboriginal people and their customary and ancestral lands as an interest in the land. Bearing in mind that land being a very valuable socio-economic commodity, it was the intention of the legislature not to deprive the Aborigines of their customary title existing at common law. Further, in the case of Kerajaan Negeri Johor and another was Adong Kuai and 51 others, the apex court, I quote, stated, I quote, in Malaysia, the Aborigines' common law rights include, inter alia, the right to live on their land as their forefathers had lived. And this would mean that even the future generations of the Aboriginal people would be entitled to this right of their forefathers, unquote. It's also pertinent to note that Malaysia treats its working population with complete fairness, dignity, and equality, irrespective of race, gender, religion, and citizenship. In the case of Ahmad Zahri Mirza versus Ames Cyberjaya Sudan Berhad, the federal court had reiterated Malaysia's position as a member country to the International Labour Organization and referred to Article 10 of the ILO Migrant Workers Supplementary Provisions Convention 143 of 1975 as a guiding principle to enforce and protect employment rights in Malaysia. On the protection of cultural rights. Further, the protection of the cultural rights amongst the community is also embedded in the Federal Constitution on the aspects of teaching or learning any other language, despite the Malay language being the national language. In Malaysia, public primary schools are divided into two categories, that is, national school and national type school, which is called the vernacular schools. The former is a Malay medium school that uses Malay, our national language, as the primary language of instruction, whereas the latter use either Chinese or Tamil as the main instruction. Although Article 152 of our Federal Constitution provides that the Malay language is the national language, however, there is an exception which is entrenched in Article 1521A, which expressly provided, I quote, that no person shall be prohibited from using, otherwise than for official purposes, or from teaching or learning any other language, unquote. Under our legislation, the local legal framework on economic, social, and cultural governance is also well established, and adequate guidance is available through federal and state legislation recognizing the legitimate interests of ethnic minorities in Malaysia. For instance, preservation of precious cultural heritage in Malaysia is governed by the National Heritage Act 2005. The intellectual property and traditional knowledge of indigenous or local community are protected, among others, under the Patents Act 1983 and the Access to Biological Resources and Benefit Sharing Act 2017. The special position of the Aborigines and their rights on land matters are protected by the Federal Constitution and the Aboriginal Peoples Act 1954. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we say that access to justice is a core component of the rule of law, serving as a vehicle for citizens to have their voices heard, rights exercised, and to hold an entity accountable to its decision. Embodying the values of judicial independence and the rule of law, the judiciary then shoulders the task to carry out their responsibilities holistically in protecting the social, economic, and cultural rights in their respective societies. Malaysia has always subscribed to the concept of wasatiyah or moderation, which espouses the value of mutual respect, understanding, and tolerance. As a multi-ethnic and multi-religion nation, we hold to these values very dearly, as we have done throughout our journey of nationhood. We believe that wasatiyah can and should contribute to the promotion of humanity, democracy, and the protection of the social, economics, and cultural rights in a pluralistic society. The Malaysian courts, we believe, will continue to progress towards the recognition and support of legitimate human rights for the foreseeable future. The general principles of international norms, Islamic values, and local customs will continue to inspire our courts in shaping the legal landscape of the Malaysian jurisprudence. To conclude, we thank the organizers for the invitation to speak in this esteemed conference. May Allah bless us all. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
شكرا للسيدة سوريا بنت عثمان على هذه المداخلات.
Thank you so much, Dato Suraya binti Othman, for your intervention. You did present on the developments in the field of law and constitution in Malaysia. And even amidst the pandemic, you have continued to try to protect and fulfill the rights of individuals and members of the society. Thank you for your report. Now, are there any input or feedback or questions before we go into the break? It seems that there are no comments. From the participants? If so, then I will conclude here. Thank you. May God approves of our endeavors. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we express our deepest gratitude and we thank our chairman for session 1 of the conference, the president of the Constitutional Councils of Algeria, His Excellency Kamel Fanish, for guiding us through such an inspiring deliberation today for session 1. And we also thank our speakers for session 1 from Turkey, Kazakhstan, and Malaysia. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 10-minute break. And for our delegates here in the meeting room, coffee, tea, and delicacies are already prepared before you. Please enjoy. As for our virtual participants, please stay with us as we take a 10-minute break. We will reconvene in a short 10-minute. Thank you very much.
Nah, saya bilang ini berbeda dengan modelnya UK, Inggris. Karena di Inggris ada sistem pemilihan,
Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the conference, may we invite you to take your seats. Momentarily, we will continue with session 2 of the conference. Once again, inviting all our delegates and participants who might still be outside, please join us in the ballroom and take your seats. In just a few minutes, we will continue with session 2 of the conference. Thank you. Excellencies, Honorable Justices, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second conference of the Judicial Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts Councils of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Member States, Observer States. We are now reconvening for session 2 of the conference, which will feature 4 different speakers from 4 different countries. From Indonesia, speaking, Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Wahiduddin Adams. From Azerbaijan, Judge of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency R. Ismailov. From Jordan, Judge of the Constitutional Court of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, His Excellency Tahrid Hikemt. And from Iraq, Head of the Federal Supreme Court of Iraq, His Excellency Jassim Al-Omairi. And the second session today will be chaired by the President of the Constitutional Court of Turkey. Allow me to welcome to you His Excellency Professor Dr. Zuhru Aslan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is session 2.
Distinguished colleagues, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am actually honored to chair the second session of this very important conference, and I am opening this session. But before we start the papers, the speeches of this session, I would like again thank the Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia for hosting this conference. I would like also thank the staff members and other staff of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia for their warm hospitality. Thank you very much. We have, as I mentioned earlier, very important topic to discuss. Human rights and constitutionalism are the common topics all the constitutional and Supreme Courts must deal with in details. In this session, we have 4 speakers from different countries and different constitutional courts, and I will give them 15 minutes for presenting their papers. First of all, I turn to the first speaker of this session, Judge Wahiduddin Adams. He is the Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Adams, the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes to present your paper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ba'da tahmid wa tamhid an atahaddasa bil lughatil arabiyyah. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah.
Honorable Justices, from friendly countries in this of OIC, as the representative of the host, the Indonesian Constitutional Court, allow me to express my warm welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian society is one of diversity, and we come from different ethnic backgrounds and language backgrounds. However, we are united in the Indonesian society, and the diversity in the Indonesian society is something that is acknowledged and respected. Diversity is considered to be part of natural law that has been preordained. The Indonesian society realizes that to live in diversity is something to be accepted without any attempts towards uniformity. However, managing diversity is not an easy feat. It requires commitments and shared values that would unite us in that togetherness. In this context, we need to compete, or there are competing ideologies that tried to unite Indonesia. However, the Indonesian society has arrived at a consensus to make Pancasila as the glue that unites the diversities. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak a little bit about Pancasila. Pancasila is a set of principles drawn from the values that live within the Indonesian society. The 5 pillars are the belief in God, the second, the value of humanity, the third, unity, the fourth, the people's sovereignty, and number 5, social justice. Based on the 5 values, the Indonesian state was founded and has its purpose, which is to protect the entirety of the Indonesian nation, to promote public welfare, to participate in preserving world order. The first pillar of the Pancasila has to do with divinity, or the belief in God. Indonesia is a predominantly Muslim country. Islam interprets that religiosity is primary. However, governance is done moderately. The Indonesian people knows that Islam should be seen as something that can bring about blessings for all nature. Islam not only works for Muslims, but can also deliver good and beneficial activities for the entire society. Indonesian Muslims who are experiencing family issues such as divorce and inheritance, they can have their issues be resolved in religious courts. This court works with other courts under a central authority. It has to do as well with Sharia economics. For example, in Aceh, there is also what is called the Jinayat law that is applied to accommodate the desires of the local society. Through the decisions of the Constitutional Court, there are a few constitutional reviews that have to do with the government policies with regards to Sharia fiqh and the sphere of the jurisdiction of the religious court. For example, in one case, the petitioners have asked to the Constitutional Court the expansion of the jurisdiction of the religious court to include criminal cases. The Constitutional Court has not granted that petition with the position that Indonesia is not a religious state, a state based on religion, based on just one religion, but Indonesia is also not a secular country that pays no regard to religion or gives religion or considers religion only to the individual and society level. Not only in domestic sphere, in order to achieve the state purpose or goal to preserve world order, Indonesian nation is actively involved in various international cooperation, one of them being the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Furthermore, Indonesia is also recorded as one of the founders of this organization that was formed in 1969. As we all know, the OIC was founded after the incident of the arson of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Palestine. Since then, until now, the spirit of the struggle of Palestinians remain the spirit that covers all of the programs undertaken by the OIC and represent the voice of the Ummah. As an international organization with the second largest membership after the UN, the OIC has a very strategic role. Various programs has been made to represent the OIC in order to help resolve the Palestinian issue, to fight for eternal peace and global order, to alleviate poverty, food security, investment in finance, the development of science and technology, climate change, culture and interfaith dialogue, women's empowerment, humanitarian actions, and that includes the protection of human rights and good governance. Initially, the OIC is an organization of a conference. However, the OIC is the organization of a cooperation. That means that we go hand in hand, and the organization now has a broader effect. Like the saying in Indonesian, something we can bear the weight whether it is light or heavy together. And that is the spirit of cooperation. This is like what has been commanded by God. We need to help one another in virtue and in observance. And that is what is one of the purpose of the establishment of the OIC. This is part of the morality of the Islamic faith, like what has been mentioned in the Quran 5 verse 2. As it is written in its charter, one of the purpose of the formation of the OIC is to promote human rights and fundamental freedoms, good governance, rule of law, democracy and accountability in member states in accordance with their constitutional and legal systems. The steps that the OIC has taken to realize that goal is to formulate the Cairo Declaration of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation on Human Rights in 1990 at the Foreign Ministers meeting between the member states. Since there is a follow-up is needed after the Cairo Declaration, and the OIC is the large organization that is most appropriate to help broadcast the ideas to respect and protect human rights and to guard the Constitution in the member states' legal system. On the other hand, the role of the judiciary as one of the branches of power and authority has reached a significant development and received a lot of public attention and been studied academically. Developments on constitutionalism, the practices of the protection of constitutional rights by domestic judiciaries became a strategic issue in the research in the field of law, especially constitutional law. However, the phenomenon of the development of judiciary in Muslim countries have not attained a similar level of attention. This issue on the restrictions to power based on the text of the Constitution is a way so that the power can be subjected and to prevent it being absolute. This view has been adopted as a mechanism that is constitutional in various legal systems applied in each countries. It would be good if we as OIC member states can exchange our thoughts regarding the practices carried out in each member states, especially in terms of the role of the judiciary in each of the states. By exchanging our thoughts, we can share experience and find inspiration for possible solutions to legal issues that is faced by the judiciaries in each member states. This grand idea that has been pioneered and tried to be realized in our meeting in this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, I am convinced that there is no more appropriate time to strengthen the cooperation instead of now. There is no more appropriate forum to strengthen our unity in order to deal with various issues apart from our forum. And there are no more appropriate friends for us to work with apart from the brothers and sisters who are part of this forum. We are fortunate to have been united within our hearts, within the bond of God's religion. And with this bond, we cooperate in solidarity. As God Almighty has reminded us, we need to be steadfast in the bonds of religion of God and do not be separated. Remember the enjoyment, the pleasure that God has provided to you. God has united your hearts, and that is why you are now brothers and sisters. Thank you so much to all of you. May God bless us all. Apologies for any shortcomings.
Thank you, Justice Adams, for this very comprehensive speech. You actually reminded us that the doctrine of Pancasila plays very important role in Indonesia in ensuring the unity in diversity. But as you said, providing diversity is not an easy job, and it requires commitment to this idea. And I also agree with you that there is no better time than now to strengthen our cooperation and to exchange our experiences and views in the field of constitutional justice. Thank you again for this speech. Now I would like to give the floor to our second speaker, who is from Azerbaijan, Rosan Ismailov, the judge of the Constitutional Court of Azerbaijan. Mr. Ismailov, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dear colleagues from Constitutional and Supreme Courts and Councils of OIC members and observer states, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all express my gratitude to the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia for organizing this timely and highly interesting conference. The primary objective of my presentation is to assess how the Constitution of the Republic of Azerbaijan deals with social rights. To this end, I will try to focus your attention on three interconnected issues: the model on constitutionalization of social rights, the way the social rights are defined in the Constitution, and the problem of justiciability of social rights. With respect to European context, some sources mention three main models of incorporation of social rights in national constitutions: a liberal, a Southern European, and a moderate. The liberal model would renounce the explicit inclusion of social rights in constitutional texts. However, this a priori negative attitude towards these rights is compensated by a very protective ordinary legislation. In countries representing Southern European model, one may observe wide integration of social rights in constitutions. And finally, in some European constitutions, the reference to social rights is either unspecific or of very limited character. Under this classification, Azerbaijan mostly corresponds to the Southern European model. The Constitution of Azerbaijan, adopted in 1995, contains quite detailed catalogue of social rights. It could be obvious to see a logical link between the political and legal history of a country and the choice of a method of constitutionalization of social rights. Within Azerbaijani context, one of the possible important factors affecting the inclusion into the constitution of impressive list of social rights is the country's Soviet past. The universal system of social protection in the USSR was the indispensable consequence of a system of planned and centralized economy and was of a magnitude that had no equivalent in the Western social democracies. All public services, from education to health, as well as pensions, housing subsidies, social insurance, were universally insured by the state. These obviously have certain implications on the content of the catalogue of human rights guaranteed in the Constitution of Azerbaijan. On the other hand, it should be mentioned that from the constitutional point of view, the social legal regime provided for primacy of socio-economic rights over all other rights, configuring them as prerequisites for the realization of an individual in socialist society. Social guarantees were not regarded as rights of the individual in itself, or the rights that the state had to recognize and guarantee according to the conception of liberal constitutionalism, but as the direct emanation of the state, which was considered as the sole regulator of social life. Moreover, the social rights and their level of protection were both an integral part and a consequence of planned economy, as well as considered as the means aiming at educating the population based on socialist principles. Such an approach was abandoned in the Constitution of Azerbaijan, which, being inspired by some European constitutions, accepted the principle of equalization between civil, political, and social rights. This principle was confirmed in the Constitutional Court's case law. The court stated in several decisions that the Constitution guarantees the protection of social rights on the same level with other constitutional rights. As a practical consequence of such a statement, it could be suggested that the study of constitutional guarantees of human rights in Azerbaijan could be viewed as a coherent matter which may raise common issues. Does this thesis have reservations? In order to answer to this question, I have to, first of all, address the second point mentioned above, the way the social rights were defined in Azerbaijan constitutional order. The consideration of this issue is usually limited to juxtaposition of two approaches. Under the first approach, the social rights are defined as political objectives or programs addressed solely to legislator. the constitutions simply refer to certain values and principles that the state should seek to protect and ensure. There is usually no individual right corresponding to these imperatives. This makes social rights different from civil and political rights, and this approach defines the social rights by a historical analysis in terms of generations of human rights. It relies on conceptual differences between first generation, which are civil and political rights, and second generation, social and economic rights. These generations are often found in the recognition of separate sections in constitutions that distinguish between more important rights, those are the civil and political rights, and others. In other words, under this approach, the social rights are regarded as second-class rights. On the other hand, some national constitutions do not provide for specific legal regimes for social rights and, with certain nuances, place the civil, political, economic, and social rights on the same level. In other words, this second approach considers social rights as subjective entitlements at pair with civil and political rights. Many constitutions of Central and Eastern Europe follow this approach by employing the same expressions for civil, political, and social rights as well. This is equally true as far as the Constitution of Azerbaijan is concerned. So, for example, the Constitution provides that everyone has the right to rest, as is guaranteed in Article 37, or everyone has the right to social security, guaranteed in Article 38, or everyone has the right to health care and medical assistance, guaranteed by Article 41. On the other hand, unlike civil and political rights in the Constitution, certain social rights are explicitly defined not only as rights entailing state obligations. For example, under Article 34, paragraph 5, children have the duty to respect and care for their parents. Children who have attained 18 years of age and who are capable of working shall be responsible for the care of their parents if the latter are not capable of working. Or, in accordance with Article 38, paragraph 2, family members are the first to be duty-bound to render assistance to their needy kin. The text of these constitutional provisions suggests that the social rights could be also defined in terms of rights dealing with the relationship between an individual and constitutionally recognized social communities, such as the family. This, however, should not mean that it is because the family cannot provide assistance to his or her relative that the state is obliged to take care of it. Presumably, it could be claimed that these constitutional provisions imply the provision of social assistance based on coexistence of interpersonal assistance and aid provided by the state. Does the constitutional text contain other provisions which makes implementation of social rights different from civil and political rights? This, in fact, brings us to the third issue I would like to address, the problem of justiciability of social rights. This term refers to the quality of what is suitable for examination judges. A justiciable right is a right that can be reviewed by a judge, and the justiciability of rights is defined as the ability of the courts to hear and determine whether they were allegedly violated. Analysis of the Constitutional Court's case law shows that the justiciability of social rights basically is conditioned by two limitations. Firstly, the court applies so-called a reservation of the law, which emphasizes the margin of appreciation granted to a legislator by constitutional text itself. For example, Article 38, paragraph 3 of the Constitution provides that everyone has the right to social security upon attaining the age prescribed by law in cases of illness, disability, loss of breadwinner in the family, loss of back capacity, unemployment, or in other cases prescribed by law. Secondly, the code invokes so-called possible disclaimer, which limits the implementation of social rights through taking into account the financial resources of the state. This argument is based on the idea that it is up to a legislator to make budgetary choices and allows the court rely on certain interpretation of separation of powers to draw a distinction between the field of politics and that of law. On the basis of those arguments, the Constitutional Court stated that the legislator has a wide margin of appreciation in the field of social rights, which in its turn is accompanied by a comparatively lesser amount of control exercised by the court. Yet, the court held that this margin is not unlimited. For example, with respect to social security, it was stated that the legislator is obliged not only to determine the types of social security, which are directly specified in Article 38 of the Constitution, but also establishes a stable, predictable, effective, and fair system of social security which corresponds to pro rata criteria of social security, allowing to accumulate the funds necessary for pension payments and benefits, including the implementation of corresponding payments. Despite this, it could be concluded that although the Constitution provides for the principle of equalization between civil, political, and social rights, its application is conditioned by the content of the constitutional text itself and case law of the Constitutional Court based on the idea of limited justiciability of social rights. In the end, I thank you for your kind attention and seize this opportunity to wish all participants health and peace.
Thank you, Justice Ismailov, for this very clear and stimulating presentation about the protection and implementation of social and economic rights in the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court of Azerbaijan. Well, we learned that social and economic rights, the protection of social and economic rights is a bit different from the protection of civil and political rights enshrined in the Constitution of Azerbaijan, and we really benefited from your presentation. Thank you very much. Now our next speaker is from Jordan, Judge Tagrit Hikmet. She is the judge of the Constitutional Court of Kingdom of Jordan. Justice Hikmet, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نيابة عن رئيس المحكمة الدستورية الأردنية معالي هشام التل.
The Constitutional Court of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan would like to express our thanks. This is our second opportunity to take part in the Judicial Conference of OIC member states and observer states. Thank you so much to the President of the Republic of Indonesia for his sponsorship of this conference, and to the Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia and Mr. Chair for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tagrit Hikmet, the first Arab female Muslim in the field of humanitarian law, and I am a member of the Senate in Jordan since 2013 to 2020, and the first judge in the field of constitutional law. The justice of the sky and the justice of the earth. The justice of the sky is absolute and infinite. The justice of the earth can be fallible. If we lose our grip of the judiciary, then we will lose everything. There will be the might is right principle. Those who are stronger, they will win. The title or topic of this conference is Human Rights and Constitutionalism. And Jordan, the constitutional judiciary, plays a fundamental and pivotal role in protecting human rights, as it is considered the primary tool for protecting and maintaining those rights. The constitutional judiciary works to make firm the foundations of the democracy, and the increasing importance of human rights and freedoms have become in our society, have made it the duty of the state, which harnesses all of its capabilities to protect those rights and freedoms. The constitutional judiciary is considered important to maintain and consolidate rights. It stands against and in the way of all means of violence against citizens, which represents the entire society. Before the state, especially the legislative and executive authorities, and the actions can be taken to violate those rights. And that is why the judiciary, it exists to deal with that issue by enforcing the law through judicial means and addressing that action by the executive authority that affects and violates public freedoms. And the judiciary acts as the basic protector against the arbitrariness of the executive and the legislative. Democracy in Jordan respects the desires and the wills of the people, as well as human rights. In terms of the natural rights that apply to individuals in all societies, the aim is to demonstrate the relationship between human rights and democracy, with special emphasis of the application of these concepts. It is necessary here to address the process of political development so that we can achieve political pluralism, and it also focuses on the respect for human rights as an indicator of democracy and strengthens the role of civil society. As well as the separation of powers. We can now talk about the principle of equality and political rights and freedoms, and the constitutional jurisprudence's contribution to their consolidation. There is a value of equality as a constitutional principle, and the importance of political rights and freedoms. Those who aspire to participate in the conduct of political affairs of their country without discrimination. It is the constitutional judiciary that monitors whether the laws conform to the Constitution, especially the laws on elections and political parties. Jordan places importance on international cooperation in the field of human rights based on a belief that the protection of basic rights and freedoms of humans and the preservation of dignity is the condition for achieving freedom, justice, and peace in the world. It has to do with the peace between religious believers and the fight of phobia. Jordan has a country with a heritage of Arab Renaissance, which aims to promote freedom, justice, and a better life. Jordan was based on Islamic, national, and humanitarian principles, aims to raise the human condition, to preserve the dignity, preserve the entity, and affirm the right to a decent life, freedom, and equality. And therefore, Jordan has ratified and acceded to many international treaties on human rights. Jordan actively participates in the United Nations human rights system. We do that actively and effectively, such as in the formulation and the discussion of resolutions issued by the General Assembly. There is also continuous cooperation with the Human Rights Council as the body in charge of the promotion of rights, as well as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. I was a member at the National Council for Human Rights. And under this Human Rights Council that works specifically to review comprehensively the human rights situations. This mechanism gives countries the opportunity to explain what they've done to develop human rights and what they've done to implement or to fulfill international obligations. A constitutional right can be specific, can be a condition recognized by a sovereign state or a union or a federation of several states. All constitutional rights must be written and must be clearly written in a constitution that is agreed. This is the supreme law of the state. That means that laws that contradict it can be considered unconstitutional. Because of time, I will now say thanks to your attention, for your attention. Hopefully you can remain in good health, and hopefully we can all advance and enjoy peace. Hopefully we can have our cooperation and relationship be strengthened in the future. Thank you.
For this very interesting and informative presentation. Well, you actually reminded us that the constitutional judiciary or justice plays a crucial role in protecting and promoting basic ideas of the rule of law and human rights. And you also reminded us that Jordan's active participation in human rights system, especially in UN human rights system, is very important in protecting these rights. But at the end of your speech, I was impressed by your statement that the mere existence of the constitution or legal system is not sufficient to protect rights and liberties of individuals. We should be aware of the fact that the Constitution is the supreme legal text. It is binding, and it's the execution of the decisions of the constitutional bodies, especially the constitutional courts, are very important in terms of protecting rights and liberties of individuals. Thank you again for this very interesting paper. Now, our last speaker of this session is from Iraq, Jasim Al-Omari. He is the head of the Federal Supreme Court of Iraq. Justice Al-Omari, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In the name of Allah, the Prophet, O David, behold, we have made thee a prophet, and thus our vicegerent on earth. Judge them between men with justice, and do not follow vain desire, lest it leads thee astray from the path of God. Verily, for those who go astray from the path of God, there is suffering severely. His Excellency, the respected President of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the Supreme Court, Constitutional Courts, and Constitutional Councils, ladies and gentlemen, I would like in the beginning to thank His Excellency, the respected President of the Republic of Indonesia, for his high patronage of the Second Judicial Conference of the Supreme and Constitutional Courts of the OIC member states. I also sincerely thank Mr. Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, presidents and members of the Supreme Court, Constitutional Courts, and Constitutional Councils, the world today is moving in various directions, but the most prominent thing in these trends is respect for human rights and freedom, and the right to peacefully transfer power through free and fair universal suffrage, considering that the people are the source of the powers and their legitimacy exercised by direct public secret ballot and through their constitutional institutions. A civilized political system that respects human rights and freedoms can only be established through a strong and independent judiciary. Hence, the independence of the judiciary becomes a well-established doctrine and a firm faith stipulated in the heavenly laws before it was called by the international treaties, conventions, constitutions, and national laws, and the independence of the judiciary became part of the human conscience, so that it is no longer acceptable to ignore it or deny it. And deepening this principle and establishing it has become imperative to secure justice, guarantee rights, safeguard freedoms, and protect citizens. So all basic laws prevailing in today's world. So therefore, the law and conscience, and therefore all other legislative and executive authorities must not interfere in the work of the judiciary to ensure the principle of impartiality of the judge, which embodies the independence of the judiciary. The principle of judicial independence comes as a logical result of two important principles: the separation of powers and the principle of legitimacy. And the principle of separation of powers requires that the legislative, executive, and judicial authorities exercise their powers and jurisdictions on the basis of the terms of reference specified under the Constitution and not exceed them, and that the main source of this principle is the Constitution itself, and therefore which the people work to determine the working condition of the political authority. And the powers of the rulers, so that the mechanism of governance are no longer applied according to the freedom and the will of these rulers, but their actions remain subject to the conditions of that rule adopted by the nation. And in case the method of governing does not emanate from the will of the people expressed publicly, it means that there is no constitution, since the main purpose of the Constitution is to preserve the rights and freedoms of citizens from the tempting or the tampering of power, and that the Constitution is the owner of the abstract and permanent authority, and that the rulers are in fact only agents charged with implementing what is stated in it. So the Constitution has become a living work open to continuous development for human rights and freedoms. The Constitution is no longer a closed and isolated text that expired the moment it was adopted, but rather it is a work that keeps pace with development in accordance with the progress of society. And based on the above refrains, the legislative and executive authorities must refrain from interfering in the work of the judiciary in its procedures and decisions or judgments. And to this end, the focus should be on two main points. The first, the judiciary should be an authority, not just an employment, in order to prevent interference with the sanctity of the judicial authority, to undermine the prestige and dignity of the judiciary, to question its integrity and justice without significant legal evidence. And the second point is that justices or judges should have the right to express their opinions in all ways. The independence of the judiciary, in addition to preventing other authorities from interfering in its actions, requires that judges themselves should refrain from responding or accepting or subjecting themselves to any interference or influence from others. And in this context, the Constitution of the Republic of Iraq for 2005 in the Article 47 stipulates that the federal power shall consist of the legislative, executive, and judicial powers, and they shall exercise their competencies and tasks based on the principle of separation of powers as stipulated in Article 87, that the judicial power is independent. The courts in their various types and levels shall assume this power and issue decisions in accordance with the law. And Article 88 stipulates that judges are independent and there is no authority over them except that of law. No power shall have the right to interfere in the judiciary and the affairs of justice. And with regard to the principles of legitimacy, it is intended that all the actions of public authorities in the country should be within the limits of the law and in accordance with the provisions and the principle of legitimacy, and is what distinguishes the rule of law from others. And talking about the state of institutions and the principle of the rule of law in a state where there is no independent judiciary becomes a kind of absurdity. and believe in the rule of law, the existence of judicial bodies with an independent system consisting of competent men who enjoy absolute independence towards political power and must provide respect from the rulers and governed to the judgment and decisions issued by these judicial bodies. And if the rights and freedoms vary from one constitution to another according to ideology adopted by the political system, the agreement among them is most constitution of the countries. The world is their recognition of those rights and freedom, and the inclusion of rights and freedoms in treaties and constitutions are very important in their recognition. But most importantly, these rights are applied in practice, and the legislature is known to hold the legislative task. And in this regard, the legislature intervenes in regulating the rights adopted by the Constitution, but it must not ignore the constitutional provisions concerning rights and freedoms, nor should it abuse the authority granted and not deviate from its specific framework, as it must abide by the constitutional framework when it passes laws. So, the state of the law is not just any law, but the law that expresses those values and rights, which gives the citizens rights to confront the authority. These rights derived by the citizens from the text of the law so that he can embody the reality and his freedoms and rights as modern democracy are seen through the Constitution and not through the law and linking rights and freedoms to Constitution. And to keep up with the guarantees of these rights and freedoms and the development that keeps pace with the movement of society, and the Constitution became a legal document imposing its rules on all authorities, and in the negative case, this result in the annulment of the works of these authorities by the judiciary. This trend would not have been embodied without the certainty felt by citizens and politicians alike, the need to circumvent the Constitution as it constitutes the safety valve for institutional stability, political or social. And the Constitution is a legal chart of human rights, since the purpose of controlling the constitutionality of laws is to protect the individual with his rights and freedoms from the abuse of powers. This is the basis of democracy. Therefore, democracy has the goal of creating a just political society or abolishing all forms of control and exploitation. Its main objective should be to allow individuals and groups to become free, and history making capable of combining the gatherness of reasons with the specificity of personal and collective identity. And the constitutional purpose is the Federal Supreme Court as an independent judicial body because it is generated from the Constitution, and the Constitution is the basis of human rights, and that the purpose of the surveillance on human rights is to protect the individual from the intervention of the legislation, and that is the main purpose of democracy. And the main purpose of democracy is to establish a justice society, and this has to be purposeful in and to give the opportunity for people to be able to collect in its work between being just to cater for justice and to cater for human rights and freedom of expression. And all these are the result of human thinking and human mind in order to ensure the safety of human rights, because that is the main objective. And when it comes to Iraq, the body that is entailed to conduct this purpose is the constitutional purpose, is the Federal Supreme Court as independent judiciary body in accordance with Article 92 of the Constitution of the Republic of Iraq in 2005, which stipulated the Federal Supreme Court as an independent judicial body, financially and administratively, and the above-mentioned court controls constitutionality of the laws and regulations and interprets the provisions of the Constitution in accordance with items 1 and 2, or the first and second article of 39 of the Constitution. Moreover, the court has a big effect in reducing, overtaking significant violation of its constitutional powers by the legislative and executive authorities in accordance with the item 3 of the Article 39, which stipulates that the Federal Supreme Court shall have jurisdiction over the following: for settling matters that arise from the application of the federal laws, decisions, regulations, instructions, and procedures issued by the federal authority, and the law shall guarantee the right of direct appeal above mentioned. All that is issued by the legislative and executive powers, as mentioned, are subjected to the oversight of the Federal Supreme Court. Besides, the people's right and freedom remain important, and it should not be invoked. They remain, and it can only be protected if the freedom of the societies and the individuals, if there were no independent judicial body without the intervention of the legislative and the executive branch. In all judicial levels, starting from choosing the justices for the constitutional and Supreme Courts, and the legislative power should be the highest and the foremost decision in determining the judges, and nothing should intervene in that choice. And at the end, and it must be the only authority in their choice. And I wish you, the presidents of Supreme Courts, Constitutional Courts, and Constitutional Council, success for this conference and peace.
Thank you, President of the Federal Omari. Talk about the importance of the independence of judiciary. I think this is again very important issue. We should discuss about it, and we should always emphasize the vital importance of the principle of independence of judiciary in dealing with the cases before our respective courts and councils. I fully agree with your statement that a civilized political system that respects human rights can only be achieved or established through a strong and independent judiciary. Actually, without the existence of an independent and impartial judiciary, it is impossible to protect rights and liberties of individuals. But the principle of independence of judiciary shouldn't be remained on paper. It should be executed. So we must exercise the requirements of the independent judiciary in our daily life as well as in our political and social activities. So we have finished the presentations in this session. We have now 15 minutes for questions and answers or comments. Is there any question or comment on the subject of this session? No? That means everything was very clear and very well understood. Thank you again for these wonderful presentations. I'd like also to thank all participants for joining us in this session. Now I am closing this session and we will meet each other again in the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, for the enlightening session 2. We express our gratitude to His Excellency, President of the Constitutional Court of Turkey, Dr. Zühtü Arslan, for guiding us through the deliberation today. And of course, all the presenters for session 2 as well from Indonesia, Azerbaijan, Jordan, and Iraq. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now with great spirit marching on towards session 3 of the conference, which is also the final session of today's conference. 4 presentations will be delivered for this particular session from Algeria, Chairman of the Constitutional Council of Algeria, His Excellency Kamel Fenich. From Egypt, Chief Justice of the Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt, His Excellency Said Mare Amr. From Thailand, Justice of the Constitutional Court of Kingdom of Thailand, His Excellency Nopadon Tepitak, as one of our observer states. And also the 4th speaker from Mozambique, Judge of the Constitutional Council of Mozambique, His Excellency Albano Machia. And ladies and gentlemen, session 3 will be chaired by Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Pakistan. Allow me to welcome His Excellency Gulzar Ahmed. We are inviting you to please proceed to the chairman table and take your seats. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Session 3.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of Indonesia, the Honorable Judges of the various countries of this Second Judicial Conference of Constitutional and Supreme Courts, Council of OIC Member State and Observer States, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring me to chair this third session of the conference. So far, we have heard very useful and enlightening speeches that have been delivered up till now by the various speakers and participants. On the point of constitutionalism, rule of law, human rights, and enforcement mechanism provided in various constitutions and constitutional jurisdictions, and the mode and methodologies utilized by the superior courts for these purposes. We were really very enlightened by the speeches of various, of all the judges so far they have made, and how the judicial system and constitutional system works in different countries. Today's speaker in this session are Honorable Judge from Algeria, Egypt, Thailand, and Mozambique. I will request His Highness Kamal Fenici, Chairman of Constitutional Council of Algeria, to kindly give his speech. Thank you.
شكرا سيادة الرئيسة. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله الكريم. يقول الله عز وجل وهو أصدق القائلين: يا داود إنا جعلناك خليفة في الأرض فاحكم بين الناس بالحق ولا تتبع الهوى. صدق الله العظيم. فخامة السيد جوكو ويدودو رئيس جمهورية إندونيسيا، معالي السيد أنور عثمان رئيس المحكمة الدستورية لجمهورية إندونيسيا، السيدات والسادة رؤساء وأعضاء المحاكم والمجالس الدستورية والمحاكم العليا للدولة، الأعضاء والأعضاء الملاحظين لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي، السيدات والسادة رؤساء وأعضاء المنظمات الدولية، أيتها السيدات أيها السادة، سلام الله عليكم. أود بداية أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر إلى السلطات الإندونيسية على استضافتها لهذا المؤتمر الثاني للمحاكم والمجالس الدستورية والمحاكم العليا للدولة، الأعضاء والأعضاء الملاحظين لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي. وأخص بذكر
for hosting the second J-OIC conference. But unfortunately, the situation made me unable to come in person. Hopefully, we will be able to meet soon. This conference has been initiated 3 years ago in Istanbul in order to strengthen the roles of constitutional courts and councils of the OIC member states. This is an idea and a notion fully supported by Algeria. We would like to exchange our views and experience with other countries based on the Istanbul Declaration. We hope that this event can be successful, and we can also convene future conferences. So we have managed to amend our constitution in Algeria to establish a new republic in the beginning of November 1954, a new state that is based on democracy, social rights, individual freedoms, and liberty. This new constitution brings positive changes for the development of new Algeria. At that time, we had peaceful rallies which requests or demanded rule of law and democracy that enables people to vote for their representatives. So these are the changes that we in Algeria have brought. Now we have a fully democratic society, a representative democracy. We in Algeria has a very flexible, democratic republic and parliamentary system, which is very fluid, and we can combine between the two. There is no single branch of government that has an absolute power over any other branch of government. And in order to settle disputes between branches of powers, for instance, between legislative and executive, or between executive and judiciary, the constitutional courts can review the constitutions for the benefit of the people. Algeria has a democracy that is based on rule of law under several principles, including immunity for the judges unless in exceptional situation. Algeria has also established a high-level council for supervision of judges. This council is also authorized to control the judges working under the Constitutional Court. Ladies and gentlemen, the new constitution of Algeria is intended to protect social, political, and economic rights of its people. Within 1 year after the establishment of this constitution should be well implemented. This is actually to ensure the civil liberty. All of our judges are also subjected to assets declaration to prevent corruption. And we have a National Human Rights Committee which commissioners are appointed by the President of the Republic of Algeria. The Constitutional Council will continue to resume its duty and mission of ensuring the observance of the Constitution. Moreover, it will be endowed with larger competencies to play pivotal role, especially in regulating institutions and settling disputes among the people. With the expectation that we can contribute to ensure the stability in the states and can be the arbiter between the three branches of the governments. Over more than 3 decades of its existence, the Constitutional Council has contributed significantly in consolidating the rule of law and democracy through its jurisprudence in the area of reviewing law constitutionality. And in Algeria, we also have separation of powers between executive, judiciary, and legislative, especially when it comes to the general elections. The constitutional review jurisdictions, Article 191 of the Constitution stipulates the Constitutional Court shall review the appeals it receives on the provisional results of the presidential and legislative elections and referendums and shall announce the final results of all the operations. Constitutional Council was once again before another historical responsibility, which consists in ensuring the regularity in the first election, responsibility that the Council has fully fulfilled properly. The elections on the 12th of June is the best example of transparency and honesty. This is such a big leap in our constitutional practice. In the area of constitutional justice and human rights, so there is a possibility of referral to the Constitutional Court pursuant to a request by the Supreme Court or Council of State when one of the parties in and the result or the decision on the 1st of November 2020, international norms on human rights were promoted to constitutional norms. Article 34 of the Constitution stipulates that constitutional provision relating to fundamental rights and public liberties and guarantees shall apply to all public powers and institutions infringe on the essence of rights and freedoms. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these endeavors are aiming at the continued enhancement of democratic practice, protection of rights. The most important thing is we need to resolve all of our legal problems with the existing legal modalities, and we hope that we can gain from our cooperation and concerted efforts with fellow J-OIC member states. We hope that the benefits of our cooperation can be felt by all of our countries. Thank you and greetings.
Thank you, His Highness Kamal Panichi, the Chairman of the Constitutional Council of Algeria, the Honorable Chairman has made a statement regarding the constitutionalism that is being followed in Algeria and the court contribution in it, more particularly with regard to rule of law, so also the enforcement of fundamental rights of the people of Algeria. And the learned judge has also expressed that the court is very independent there in Algeria, and it is enforcing the law as is provided in the Constitution. Thank you very much. Now I invite His Excellency Saeed Mary Amar, Chief Justice of the Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt.
For arranging such an important meeting. And I would and for the word of Egypt, or the speech from Egypt, I would like to talk about human rights in Egypt. Or even limiting its distribution. And this is this is done in the context of a higher objective, which is the personal development of the individual, and protecting their basic freedom. So the freedom of expression has a very wide and spread implications. It is the route to reach democracy, and it also expresses the way a government looks at its citizens and performs its duties towards its citizens by refusing to put any constraints that would prevent them from speaking their truth and believing in what they actually want to believe in the right to speak and to express their willingness to change and their need for change. And we need to talk about this in a context where everyone can be included in the dialogue. And we should not look at this from the views of some who do not condone the freedom of expression and look at it as a threatening right for the authority. And lastly, the freedom to move, or this freedom should not be intervened by the legislation. And when the legislation intervenes in this freedom, the freedom to move or to freedom to transport to some from one province to the other, should only be to protect the rights of the citizens. And the Egyptian constitution states that is currently being implemented that all these rights are freedoms and rights that the Egyptian citizen does enjoy and does exercise in his daily life, and he has no constraint in practicing these freedoms within the country. And the currently adopted and implemented constitution in the Republic of Egypt does makes sure that the legislation follows the guidelines or the provisions in the constitution, and in order to ensure the achievement of the of more higher objectives, which
His Lordship has made a very valuable contribution towards human rights, constitutional court, freedom of religion, freedom of expression, and freedom of move in Egypt. Now, I request His Excellency Napadon Tipa Piktak, sorry for Justice of Constitutional Court of Kingdom of Thailand. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, on behalf of the President of the Constitutional Court of the Kingdom of Thailand, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Anwar Usman, Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia, for his kind invitation extended to Thailand to participate in this instructive conference. As for the purpose of this conference is to discuss how the judiciary promotes and protects human rights, especially in Islamic society. I would like to present my paper titled Constitutionalism, Human Rights, and Judicial Justice in a Non-Muslim State, Thailand. Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Thailand is generally said to be a Buddhist country. However, those who believe in other religions are widely respected. According to the National Statistical Office, the majority of the people in Thailand are Thai Buddhists, who make up 93.5%, while Thai Muslims account for 5.4%. This figure, however, does not imply any discrimination treatments with regard to Thai Muslims, as they are all Thais under the same constitution. Focusing on the concept of constitutionalism, I would like to quote the speech of His Majesty, late King Bhumibol Adulyadej of Thailand, as follows, quote, "All the people shall have absolute rights and liberties. Once they have such rights, they shall also have duties. The constitutions of various states thus stipulate provisions relating to rights and liberties as implementation principles. Rights and liberties coexist. However, to exercise such rights, one shall follow basic rules, that is, preserving common interests, as they are an important tool to maintain the nation's independence. That would be to preserve individual interests eventually," end quote. Therefore, in Thailand, rights and liberties are the key principles in the Constitution. Such concepts as a human rights value have been recognized since the first Constitution of the Kingdom of Thailand. That is to say, all the Thais, regardless of being Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and others, are equal under the Constitution without discriminations. The state shall, moreover, provide safeguards for the practice of the rule of law, separation of powers, checks and balances, and good governance. However, as the state citizens, all the Thai people, no matter what religion they worship, shall uphold the constitutional value of the country, vice versa. In order to preserve both common and individual interests, one of the most significant values is provided in Section 1 of the Thai Constitution, which reads, quote, Thailand is one and indivisible kingdom, end quote. Thus, all the Thai people shall protect their kingdom as one state and prevent her from any harm of the country's division. Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, although Thai Muslims represent a relatively small proportion of the whole population, they are the members of the second largest religious group in Thailand. They are equally treated in the same system of constitutionalism, and their human rights values are likewise advocated as Thai citizens. More importantly, their legal tradition is firmly sustained, and the judiciary plays a vital role in administering justice for them under uniform standards. In Thailand, Thai Muslims reside nationwide. However, 4 provinces, namely Pattani, Narathiwat, Yala, and Satun, in the deep south of Thailand, is the most densely populated by this religious group. The state understands that this Islamic community has practiced its unique customs, particularly in civil matters. Historically speaking, the application of the customary law for Thai Muslims in southern Thailand can be traced back in the early Ratanakosin period, more than 200 years ago, since 1782. The former kings allowed Thai Muslims to apply their own law for their civil disputes. Nonetheless, due to the nationalism policy of Field Marshal Plak Pibul Songkhram, former Thai Prime Minister from 1938 to 1944, such law did not come into effect. Therefore, to recognize Islamic tradition and introduce customary legal practice suitable for specific areas, the Thai government enacted the Act on Application of Islamic Law in areas of Pattani, Narathiwat, Yala, and Satun provinces in 1946, which has come into force since then. Due to this law, any civil cases relating to family and succession matters in the 4 southern provinces are tried under the Islamic legal regime. In other words, family and succession law in Book 5 and Book 6 of the Civil and Commercial Code of Thailand is not applied by the courts of justice in such areas. In this respect, I would like to give an example of a family case. In the above-mentioned provinces, Thai Muslims are allowed to marry more than one wife. The legal question might be raised whether or not such law is contrary to or inconsistent with the Constitution, which recognizes the principle of gender equality. I would like to emphasize that the Constitution also guarantees the right to worship religions and follow religious rules. That customary practice of Thai Muslims families is therefore constitutionally recognized. As a result, such marriage law applied to Muslims community in the south of Thailand is constitutional. Moreover, regarding procedural justice, a Qadi who has sound knowledge in Islamic principles shall try such cases together with judges of the court of the first instance. These procedures can guarantee that at least one of the three judges as a quorum has a solid understanding of Muslims' family and succession customs to render a judgment in civil proceedings. It is clear that the Thai judiciary respects Muslims' culture and ways of life. In fact, Thailand recognizes such diversity under the Kingdom of Thailand. All the Thai people, regardless of what religion they practice, are all equal under the Thai Constitution. Although Thailand rarely has religious right-oriented disputes as constitutional complaints at the Constitutional Court, it can administer constitutional justice to all the people, Buddhists, Muslims, and other religious followers based on constitutionalism. All the Constitutional Court rulings provide fairness for all the Thais equally, as they are the citizens of the Kingdom of Thailand. In this respect, I would like to draw your attention to some of the most interesting rulings and orders enhancing constitutional justice to Thai society. The Pathumwan District Court referred a defendant's objection to the Constitutional Court for a ruling. He objected that the announcement of the Council for Democratic Reform number 25 concerning offenses and penalties in the case of any alleged person who failed to provide a fingerprint, handprint, or footprint according to the order of a state attorney, a prosecutor, or an inquiry officer was unconstitutional. The Constitutional Court considered that any action in violation of or non-compliance with such announcement did not constitute a serious act or affect public order to the extent of imposing imprisonment term of 6 months for such offense. Moreover, it was found that there were other legal measures concurrently enforced for officers in criminal justice process. To be more specific, a person who violated the officer's order without reasonable cause shall be punishable by an imprisonment term not exceeding 10 days or a fine not exceeding 5,000 baht or both, which was a petty offense under the Penal Code of Thailand. This penalty was deemed appropriate to such violation. In this respect, so long as no judgment has been rendered, the defendant is deemed innocent. The criminal offense thus could not be imprisoned only for refusal to be fingerprinted. On the other hand, the state itself should take appropriate measures to convince those who refuse to be fingerprinted. Having constituted an unreasonable restriction of rights and liberties and caused disproportion between public interests and individual rights, the announcement hence prejudiced human dignity and was inconsistent with the rule of law. By virtue of this reasoning, the Constitutional Court ruled that the announcement contradicted and was inconsistent with the Constitution. Such a ruling promotes standard of justice in terms of constitutional human rights for a suspect or a defendant. In addition, there was an individual's attempt at recognizing Buddhism as a national religion in the Constitution, based on the notion that Buddhists are the majority of the Thai people. However, Thai society fully accepts a wide diversity of religious beliefs and practices. This is reflected in the role of the nation's main institutional pillar. To illustrate, Section 7 of the Constitution provides that, quote, "The king is a Buddhist and upholder of religions," end quote. That means, although the king practices Buddhism, other religious beliefs shall be advocated by the royal institution. Such a principle is also confirmed in Section 67, which provides that the state should support and protect Buddhism and other religions. Consequently, a person shall enjoy full liberty to profess a religion and exercise any forms of worship according to his or her religious principles. With respect to the constitutional complaint filed with the Constitutional Court, the applicant submitted his application after the Ombudsman had ceased investigation. Lodging the motion to the Ombudsman, the applicant said that the National Legislative Assembly and its president, as a state official, had neglected to draft the Constitution to recognize Buddhism as a national religion, despite the Buddhist majority. The Ombudsman considered that the Constitution guaranteed individuals' liberty to profess a religion. Thereby, the motion was irrelevant to a direct violation of the complainant's rights and liberties by a state agency or an official. The Constitutional Court held that even though the applicants had a right to submit his application to the court after the Ombudsman's consideration, he was not a person whose constitutional rights and liberties were directly abused. His notion was merely an individual opinion against the two respondents. Consequently, the case was not in line with the Organic Act on Procedures of the Constitutional Court. It can be seen that all the major national institutions, the King, the Constitutional Court, as well as the other state agencies, promote the religious rights of any person without discrimination. Non-recognition of Buddhism or any others as a national religion in the Thai Constitution is not deemed to be a right violation, as the right of all religious groups in Thai society are equally recognized. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I would like to emphasize that even most of the Thai people believe in Buddhism, and the present Thai Constitution provides that any person shall enjoy full liberty to profess a religion, including the liberty to practice any form of worship, provided that in so doing, it shall not endanger the safety of state, or nor shall it be contrary to public order or good morals. Consequently, the Thai Muslims in Thailand, as well as any person who belongs to any particular religion, enjoy the same rights and bear the same duties as the Thai Buddhists. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Napadon Thepitatek, Justice of Constitutional Court of Kingdom of Thailand. Very illuminating speech on liberties, equality, human rights, and on some decided cases in the Thailand jurisdiction, more particularly with regard to religious liberty, which are allowed in Thailand. I will now request His Excellency Albano Messi, the Judge of Constitutional Council of Mozambique, to kindly deliver his speech.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable Dr. Anwar Osman, Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable President and members of constitutional courts and the councils and the Supreme Courts of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation member states and observer states, Honorable Professor Lucia Ribeiro, President of the Constitutional Council of the Republic of Mozambique, with your indulgence and the behalf of Mozambique, I present our contribution. First, I would like to congratulate the Second Judicial Conference of Constitutional Courts and the Supreme Courts of Justice, the J-OIC, and to the Indonesian authorities for hosting this conference. Participation in this conference as an observer is valuable for the Constitutional Council of Mozambique because Mozambique is a state of many ethnicities and many religions. Therefore, it's obvious to us that it is very important to reconcile different values represented by civilizations to find compromise and grounds for dialogue, diversity, and tolerance. Mozambique is a republic with a multi-party democracy based on the rule of law, based also on separation of power, founded on June 25, 1975, after 10 years of struggles against the Portuguese colonial regime. Mozambique suggested to this Magna Conference to address the topic, the position of the religious phenomenon in the Mozambican state, within the scope of the relation between the state and the religion, and they analyze the power of religion in the public sphere in Mozambique. According to information from the National Institute of Statistics, referring to the year 2017 population census, Mozambique, there were about 30 million inhabitants of who attended a religion, 26 million attended to the religion, particularly Catholic with 7 million believers, Anglican with 500,000 believers, Islamic or Muslim with 5 million believers, the Zion with 5 million believers, the Evangelical or Pentecostal with 4 million believers, and the others with 1 million believers, and the unknown about 2 million believers. From this synoptic picture, it seems conclusive to affirm that Mozambique is a state of religion pluralism or multi-religious. How has the Mozambican constitution placed itself in the face of this religion pluralism? This is the central issue of this presentation. Looking at foreign experience, we can put ways of positioning the constitution in relation to the religion phenomenon. First, they state that in their constitution make a religion official, and we call it a confessional state. The state confesses a specific faith and promotes it or not in society. The most paradigmatic cases are that of Egypt, with Article Article 2 of the respective constitution, stating that Islam is the religion of the state and Arabic is official language. The principle of Islamic Sharia are the main source of legislation. That of Iran, whose constitution in Article 2 proclaimed that the Islamic Republic is a system based on belief in one, the single God, is exclusive sovereignty and the right to legislate and the necessity of submission to his command. And that of Saudi Arabia, whose constitution says that in Article 1 that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is a sovereign Arabic Islamic state with Islam as its religion. The Constitution of Indonesia says in Article 29, the state shall be based upon the belief in the one and the only God. However, this fact, the Indonesian Constitution secures that the state guarantees all persons the freedom of worship, each according to his or her own religion or belief. In these confessional states, religions guide governance, legislation, and judgment. Basically, religion guides the management of public affairs. Non-confessional states, the non-confessional nature of the state means that it does not identify with religious confessions. The political sphere is separated from the religious sphere, although the state recognizes all religious confessions, but the rules abstain from any decision about their internal life, just as house of worship turn away from political life. Basically, the state is proclaimed as secular or laicist. And we have an anti-confessional state. This state opposes religion confessions. This type of state can assume two perspectives of separation from religions. One is called absolute and the other relative. In the absolute system, the state has the duty to promote the social and economic progress of the people, freeing them from the suspicious yoke of religions. Therefore, they are in a situation of absolute opposition from the state to religion, which can lead to the state being called the atheist. The second perspective is that of relative separation. Under this regime, the state admits the existence of religious confession, but does not take sides with the social and religious reality, denying beliefs to the private sphere without recognizing or appreciating the work of religion confession. This state is called the secularist. The case of Mozambique is that of the non-confessional nature of the state. According to Article 12 and the 15.4 of the Constitution, Mozambique is a secular state, to mean is a laicist state. Laicist is a concept of normative and political nature whose primary function is to establish a public space for freedom of religion, belief, and worship, a model of coexistence in society based on the pluralism of ideas, ways of life, and a way of living in tolerance and diversity. Secularity is essential, characterized as provided for in number 2 of Article 12 of the Constitution by the separation between the state and the religion confession. This explains that the Mozambican state does not profess or favor any religion confession and cannot take up on religion activities or speak out on religion issues, being therefore neutral in the relation to the state. Thus, in Mozambique, as a consequence of secularism, we have, first, freedom and equality of religion perfection under the laws of the state. Religions are free to organize and exercise their function and worship and must conform to the laws of the state. Religions are free to adopt the form and schemes of organization that best suit the pursuit of their religion objectives, as well as the freedom to carry out their activities if they are linked to the two religion peoples. Religion may freely establish relationship with other national or foreign religion entities without state interference if they are part of the pursuit of religious peoples. Religions can also interact with the state, concluding agreements with public institutions with a view to promoting human rights, social development, strengthening the environment of peace, tolerance, solidarity, and national unity. Second, religions are equal. It is the proclamation of the principle of equality between religions. The state cannot use any criteria to benefit a certain religion at the expense of others, claiming, for example, that a certain religion holds most of the population or has a greater representation in the national territory. Third, religion must respect the law of the state. Religions confession, although they have their own rights that govern them organization, functioning, and the relationship with their members, must respect the law of the state. Therefore, religion freedom has limits and is subjected to a set of restrictions imposed by the law if they are necessary for the safeguarding of constitutionally and legally protected national or public rights and interests. For example, a church cannot invoke religion freedom to persuade its member to refuse to fulfill legal duties, such as a performance of military service or other patriotic duty, or to justify the commission of a certain crime. The state recognizes and values these activities of religion domination aimed to promote a climate of understanding, tolerance, peace, and the strengthening of national unity, the spiritual and material well-being of citizens, and economic and social development. It's within the scope of recognition and the appreciation of religion that the state approves a set of measures with social religion impact, like this: recognition, appreciation, and support of religion institution of social solidarity with a view to promoting tolerance, peace, solidarity, and strengthening national unity without discrimination. The granting of tax benefits to institutions of religion confession, such as exemption from a certain category of taxes. Religion leaders cannot, for example, appear as witness in court because of their role in the church. The assimilation of religion activity to professional activity, when carried out with economic dependence, and they constitute a means of personal or family support. The protection of goods acquired by legal constitute religion confession. Recognition of the legal effectiveness of religious marriages, provided they are duly transcribed under the terms of the law. The punishment of aggravated homicide for any act motivated by religious hatred. The punishment of genocide for religious reasons. The punishment of discrimination on religion grounds. The punishment of the destruction of religion monuments. The aggravation of criminal penalties for religious reasons. The granting of period allowance on days of religion celebration of religion confession. The prohibition of the use by political parties of denomination that contain expression directly related to any religion, denomination, or church, or the use of emblems that are confused with national or religion symbols. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we can say that elections must be understood in Mozambique within the framework of the republic characters of the state, with a view to creating a free public space in which it's possible for all citizens to express their opinions, convictions, and beliefs with tolerance and acceptance of difference in diversity. Thank you so much for listening to us. And we are sorry for our broken English because we are not a native English speaker territory. Our national language is Portuguese. Thank you very much, Chair of this section.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Albano Miki, Judge of the Constitutional Council of Mozambique. He has given a very valuable speech on the evolving of place of religion in the constitutionalism of Mozambique. With this speech from Mozambique, the third session of today's conference, conference stands concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our Chairman of Session 3, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Pakistan, His Excellency Gulzar Ahmed, for delivering such a wonderful guidance to us throughout the Session 3, and also for the insightful presentations from our four speakers from Algeria, Egypt, Thailand, and Mozambique. Much obliged indeed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of day one of our conference. And to all of our delegates and participants joining us here in the beautiful city of Bandung, we are cordially inviting you to please join us for a wonderful dinner receptions taking place at Jasmine Ballroom this evening on the second floor. And the invitation is extended to you at 7 p.m. this evening. So please do join us. We promise you some of the most distinctive and mouth-watering cuisine from Bandung, West Java. And concluding the entire agenda of day one of our conference, on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm Rahmat Idris. We thank you so much for your enthusiasm and participations, not only for our live audience here, live participants, but most importantly, our virtual participants out there joining us from different parts of the world, from different time zones. It must not have been easy, so we truly appreciate it. We are looking forward to seeing you all again tomorrow for day 2 of the conference. Let us all conclude day 1 of the conference by giving ourselves the biggest round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Stay safe. See you tomorrow.